Hello. It is time. Hi, Yulia. What are you typing? What do you mean they got divorced? Should I even bother with doing these? Probably not. But I'm gonna do them anyway. I don't know. Somehow it just feels right. Okay. So I think I have pretty much all the organization to recreate what I have now. No drama this week, so people are taking Jeff because there's nothing else to talk about. I mean, no drama is good. Right, there's a big thing here. Fix the use of setting for beam joint, remove exports and only use the setting. Yes. So beam joint does not actually use the setting right now, and it still has all of its parameters. We need dumb, unserious drama sometimes. I think people are happiest when things are boring. Okay, people are... No. When, like, personal lives are boring. The drama happens when you're at work and you're doing work. I guess I'm the happiest man alive. Or like raising kids. I can definitely say I have been the saddest due to internet things. By far. If I actually decided to get married in 2022, as I was planning, my life would be worse. Like, simple, trivial problems are definitely better than serious problems. But I don't think that should come from the internet. Internet things, Halo Remake. Well, that's like people who are... I don't have a clip for this at all. But what I would want to find is like, what was this? What I would want to find is like something from Lord of the Rings. I think it's some lines from like Lord of the Rings. Something about evil can only corrupt. And that's exactly what I see. You're the happiest man alive. This is the saddest thing in Avenue. Definitely not that. No. Keep this at school. Why is it? Why do I have this? Did you link this? Did I click on it and just not watch it? Beam joint. Beam joint needs to use this. The unfortunate thing is that you know what I think I want? Because part of the issue with this is that, whoa, part of the issue is that when you have something over here and something over here, the yaw flips. Yaw rotations flip. So I would essentially need six settings for these anyway. You have Alzheimer's. It's the Halo mockumentary from Bungie. You did send that one. Okay. How could I... I guess if I think about it, pitch or yaw should be the only thing that inverts if you're left or right. That should be the only thing that inverts. I guess roll would also invert. Okay. So I bet I can say this. I bet I can say... I mean, I suppose the main issue there is that if this has a setting resource, the setting resource has to control whether or not it's a left or right. Which then still means I still need... Oh, well, maybe not. Maybe the left or right would be stored, could then be on the node. Because now the node's always going to be individual, but then it will read its resource value. And I guess I wouldn't even worry about left to right. I might just have a switch outside that says invert pitch, invert yaw, invert roll. And what it would do is it would just flip the two around. It would use upper instead of lower and lower instead of upper. Okay, I'll do that. I will have a switch way out here that is just inversions. And then on the crawler leg thing, I can know if a leg is left or right with a switch, and that would flip these around. It would tell it to flip the yaw and flip the roll. If it's left or right, whichever one it would be. The Scary Mythos is too dangerous to release to the public. AI weapon is releasing to the public tomorrow. Oops, I didn't mean to. Dang. And this is just a preview thing. Ah, interesting. Okay, so beam displacement. I have the beam span. The beam span helps me to know essentially what I would set the limits to. So if the beam span is approximately 80 centimeters, it doesn't make any sense that the expand, or well, the expand limit can be whatever it wants to be, but it wouldn't make sense for the contract limit to be higher than that value. So I can look at that and say, okay, so this distance is this much, and if I say contract 0.4, that's about half. Is that actually useful, though? Is that actually useful? Because then how do I calculate it? It would have to be separate from the setting. But it's also inherently related to the setting. I think I just keep it separate from the setting. So beam span will not be there. Well, okay, I guess it is actually used. It is important, so it cannot be part of the setting. It is actually very important. So this is a specific one that needs to be taken out of here. Also, body A and body B position are going to be different per leg. They will definitely be different per leg. Or more like they'll be different per joint. I guess that just means I would need more like parameters to say, yeah, where does this fit on the actual joint itself? Where would this go? So this would go on, yeah, I would, no, this goes on the part list. I would go to the tibia part and say, this needs to have a beam with these options, and this is the location of it. However, now that also doesn't really work here because maybe it does. If I were to define it as a relative offset from the tibia, from that actual body part, then it would be fine. But I think that one's not so simple because then I have to make sure that wherever it is in actual space is on a precise value and the offset to the body would be a precise value. Because I'm sure that's not going to be true. I'm sure it's probably not going to be true. So how can I specify the beam joints? Well, I think part of it is either I say this is connecting to a different part in the same list, or it's connecting to the main body. And when I say main body, then I get to specify the exact location of that. But it has to be separate per resource at that point. All right, I think I've got it. So each leg, I still have to say, like, it's at what level do I need certain information? At this leg level, the root bone, I could have an offset for that to say, or how about this? How about this? I say attached to main body, and I would specify main body would basically mean attached to the location of the root bone for this leg, and I would provide an offset for that. So the offset of all of them is basically just to move it up a little bit on the y-axis. That is for all of them. The y-axis works because that's not a line of symmetry, I guess. That's not an axis of symmetry for the legs. But what if I wanted that point to now be a little bit into the body? What does that mean? I think that's the point at which I would need to have a boolean out here that says, this is a left leg, or this is a right leg. This is a front leg, this is a front right leg kind of thing, right? So that defines where my axis, where my symmetry is. So if I say this is a front leg and this is a left leg, I would like increases in the z-axis to pull me towards in the direction of the center of the body, right? If it was a back leg, I would say increases to the z-axis would be a negative value. If it's a middle leg, it's just positive or negative. It doesn't. If I say positive, we go positive. If I say negative, we go negative. But for a left leg, if I were to say increase the x-axis, it would be positive. If it was the right leg and I said increase the x-axis, it would actually go negative. Those are probably the switches that I'm looking for. I think the leg needs to find whether it's a front, middle, back, and a left, center, or right, which will essentially affect how certain settings are applied, I guess. Or like what offsets mean. So I can still keep the same offset, so I might be able to say, so I'd still be able to say reuse the same tibia part and reuse the same offset, but that offset is going to apply differently because the whole leg is a left, right, or center, or whatever. When I say center leg, I don't think it's going to be, legs are always going to be left or right. Okay. Also, this says leg plan. This is technically a crawler leg config, so I'm going to change that to be leg config. So for root bone, I have an in bone. We'll do ems. I think I'd like to leave it so I can have like a negative or a positive for the flips. So left, if I increase the x-axis, I want to go that way, decrease is that way, so it's the same value. When it's a right leg, an increase should go negative and the decrease should go positive. So I'll say left is 1, right is -1. What's this direction? I would say like right-handedness, but that's not chirality. That's just too advanced. That's just too advanced. Is there a synonym for that word? Those are even more ridiculous. Oh, what now? Helicity and variance optical isomer? That's just not chirality. Is there... This is like language word prediction. This is the time that it can shine. Is there a simple word for left or right sided? Not handed. Not it actually didn't even try. No, I want the ask. I want to know. Not handedness. Laterality? I've never heard of that word. That's not a preference for a body part, though. This is just not a word that exists. That's crazy. It's just not a word. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake? I've never... Wait, hang on. That might actually be the only Zelda game I ever played even a little bit of. No, definitely not. No, it's not. It's definitely not. I played... Okay, so it's like the same... Is there like this, but like a little bit newer? Because I know that whenever I played it, it had, you had the flute, you had this guy, and you had the horse. I don't know. Why was Age there? Okay, this is the one that I played. Why was Age cosplay? All right. I played that one. I didn't play very much of it. It would have been on the Xbox, probably. Could it have been on the Xbox? They're being thoughtful. Is that on the Xbox? How did I play that game then? All I had was Sega and Xbox. How would I have played that game? I played it on the Wii. Okay. That's how I played it. I had a non-purchased copy on a Wii that was modified. You emulated it probably to fight. It was definitely not. It was a non-purchased copy on a modified Wii, 100%. It was a gift. It was a gift. Now, dude, I'm just like, I don't know.
But yes. Well, it is from the store, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's from this store. Do you happen to have a receipt?
No, I don't. It was a gift.
It was a gift.
Ah, a gift.
It was a gift. You know, so much progress in a game the day I'm gone. Yeah. Like leg. So the problem is I'm just getting stuck on like the name for this. Int. You know what would be nice is if I could have this, but then say like, I don't know. Leg side probably works, right? So then I need to have a front. So if the leg is on the front and I increase the Z, I want to do that. Same thing. If it's the middle, I do the same thing. If it's back, then that's not really an enum, is it? It's probably going to tell me you can't do that. Leg side. Leg side. Like faces of a cube, a ship. You have port. Not port. You have what's the front and the back word of a ship? Aft. And there's another word that's also back. What's front? Okay. What are the words? Stern. Oh, aft and stern is back. Bow is front. So how would you say, how do you describe what this collection of words is? Is it not a thing? Windward? Leeward. Centerline. Centerline. I don't even know. Why does he keep going back to that one? Kingdom Hearts 4 is announced. 4? I thought they already made 4. I thought that was like Final Fantasy. There's like 10 of them already. Just at the pillow when I was young, I was sewing for more Final Fantasy and I was crying to them. To remember the lame Disney characters. I've never played it. I haven't even seen very much gameplay of that. I don't really want to say like direction. That doesn't seem right. The last one in 2019. Is it? It's actually going to let me have an enum with 2 correlating to the same value. Does this care? Null. Left or right? Interesting. It combines front and middle. That's kind of neat. All you can think about this is a donkey video game. Donkey video game. Count 5 minutes in disappear for months. Dude, he uploads a lot right now. He uploads a lot right now. Okay, so front and middle being the same value is, I guess, now obvious from here. And it did let me do that, which is cool. I'm actually surprised it does that. I really thought it would just list them all separately. The combination is nice. Like direction is front or middle. And then back would just be -1. His savings are wiped. I don't know, maybe he just found someone to edit his videos for him. And that's what it is. Oy. This one would be right. Also determines the location of the leg node. Say ground detection. Determines the location of ground forces. Well, maybe middle should have like... What would be the difference for middle? Hey, Danilin. I'll leave them. As I do know that leg setting tracks front or left, or left or right, to determine what move spin means and which way move offset goes. All of that. You know what? I feel like it's actually pointless to specify. You know, I think it actually is pointless to specify these because the format of this is meant to be that odd numbers are left, even numbers are left, odd numbers are right. The first two of the front legs, the last two of the back legs, and then everything in between is a middle leg. So that's actually pointless to specify. because it is fully determined by where this appears in the list. I guess I could also just do math here to figure that out. The legs that are furthest, the two legs that are furthest along the negative Z are the front, the two that are furthest along the positive Z are the back, and everything else is the middle leg. And that would also be the same for each pair. Whichever one is at the negative X is left, and the other one is the right. Or I guess the one that is most negative is the left, and the other one's the right. So then I could shuffle these around, and I wouldn't have to specify. I wouldn't have to specifically figure out that. I would just look at where the root bones are. That'd probably be way smarter to just determine it that way. So now I do need offsets, though. I would place this at the root bone. I place the targets at the end bone. And what? What from there? What from there? Okay, let me just start writing out build crawler, I guess, and then I can start to figure out what I'm trying to do, or what else I might need to do. Michael Jackson made 2 bad songs. Okay. I don't... Why do you mention that? Or is it a joke I don't understand? Because I'm listening to it right now? Okay. I needed to start a timer for this. How long have I gotta go move laundry over. I'll be right back. It'll be really quick. listening to it. The songs are named Bad and Too Bad. Okay. So it was a joke. Alright, let me start by creating... I should have everything I need to make the leg IK. Ooh, the rest correction angle. I don't have those. I would like to specify those. So let me specify that. This should also... I guess I'll leave it at that. And I'm going to put these underneath a leg IK group. I already have the whole thing underneath a leg IK, but this is actually going to be... This is not just IK. This is everything. It's going to include the physical bodies and all that stuff. And then, like, config list has to be a separate thing. Just write it like that. Configuration, there's the list. IK parameters. There they are. And then I guess it actually comes down to being part of the leg config instead. Or actually all the way down to the part list. So let's do an export at the top. I think I want this to actually match per second as well. So I might even let this go up to like 10 degrees per second, because the rest correction angle of 1 would be multiplied by 100. So it'd be 100 degrees per second of angle correction. Let me check this. The angular delta limit, total angular change allowed per second, divided evenly between each iteration relative to the current physics ticks per second. So divide that by 100. We're now down to 1 degree per physics tick, split between 10 iterations, so 0.1 degree. So yeah, we'd be able to change 1 degree per physics tick. If I went to 100 on the correction angle, that'd be the same thing, and do 1 degree per second of correction, or 1 degree per tick. So yeah, I'd probably start at like 10. And then it would just be at degrees per second. Copy this whole thing. I don't know. I'll say 90, and I'll say the default is gonna be 30. Then I want to match this description pretty closely. One time just before solving. Applied one time just before starting. The iteration loop. Okay, so 30 over 100. I can't really think of, is that like a weird number or a normal number? I'll say 45. Well, I guess you don't want it to be too bad because then it might take longer for IK to catch up. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that. I'm relaxing, go back to my project. Still having difficulty to make an inventory because I failed to understand how it should work. I feel like there's been times where I'm like having an issue and you say something like sort of as a joke, or at least I read it as a joke. And then like 2 days later, I'm like, wow, he was actually right. And then I do what you said. Sometimes, not every time. I was very close to doing my own IK. I was really close. You said that as a joke once, and I was really close to actually to just doing it. Truly said that I'm so smart and you don't recognize it. Yeah. You know what this needs? You know what resource really needs? It really needs to have this emit changed call for custom values. A setter needs to be created to emit the signal. Why? Wait, did I finish this fix? I did not. Whoops. Where am I at? Add jolt constraint priority, git switch. I really wish that they were consistent with when stuff was not that. What's the changes? Right, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to send this one as a custom thing because I don't know a better way to make it like an option. And I think it's correct. Found an example project for online. You could always use it in the future to add co-op to my game. Doesn't Godot make it really easy though? Like, isn't it just writing a function? Two functions? I guess there's some other configuration, but I think for like the majority of the task is just writing two functions. Like a data send, data receive thing. Or write two function on your forehead. Okay. Yeah, you could. Um, right, am I thinking of... Yeah, I think I'm thinking of y'all. That's a very big description. Send that. Switch back here. I have a difference. I believe I copied this one in and then I built with that one and tested that one. I'm sure I did. Though I wish I could see... I mean, I'm sure I can. cdiff of commit hash would be preferable, or just git diff commit. Or commit is the hash. Okay. Can I just do like git diff head 1? Hey, look at that. I just guessed and that works. I think I do want to mention that it's technically not necessary. But I suppose we're already calling enabled and iterations. Maybe, hang on, maybe I should just mention that it's not actually necessary. I think it's not necessary. Can I close these? I can close these. I think it's not necessary for the reason that they really just have every file out here. Where's joint 3D? It is in physics. Well, of course it would be in physics. It's obviously a physical thing. In case I'm not there. Update joint out here is the one that's really responsible for this one. I'm gonna point this out. I'm just gonna add them, and then point to it. then the setter also has to make sure that priority is fixed. Yeah. And then set solver priority. Is it jolt joint 3D? Because that goes to joint set solver priority, which on modules, jolt physics server, joint set solver priority calls joint set solver priority, which is out here. Joint, which is the one that I do now. Scrolled the wrong way, of course. Update priority, and then update priority applies it. Is it a... Yeah, it's a jolt joint 3D. Yeah, what's him? I mean, yeah, they always call update iterations. Update enabled and update iterations. And then that only works if, whoops, that only actually works if joint 3D Jeez. That only works if joint 3D has a method to set iterations, which it doesn't. Bit annoying. Wow, that's actually really annoying. Do these individually have, or is it actually secretly here? No, do these individually have that method? No. So yeah, it's actually just that this doesn't exist. Joint. That's annoying. Wait, how do you set solver iterations? Wait, how can you even set that? You can't even set that. Damn. Never mind. Can't even set that. Is it called solver iterations? Update iterations. Okay, there's my. I say it shouldn't be necessary, but what else do I have that's running here? I think that's the only thing that happens, right? I mean, I can't even see it now because this is now combined with all the other changes. Hey, Reddit. Reclaim Masters on support and tank today. Very nice. Okay. We'll see what he thinks of that. Okay. And is it the same stuff? Yeah. Update joint right there. Which just calls all three of these. Okay. There is one thing that I need. These raycasts have certain settings that I need to pull out as well. So these should be positioned exactly at the target bone, and then they would be moved up. They have a length. So it casts down 2 meters. And then they have a particular offset here. What's the radius of this? The radius is 0.2. Why do I have the Y position like this? Is that meant to match up with that bone? .42. So where is this? .32. So if I were to drag this here, that's at 1.32. Okay. So I've said the length of this is 2 meters. Its Y position is actually locked in as what it is. So then, what's the parameter here? I guess the parameter is probably just like how long is the raycast and how high is the raycast. That's probably all it is. Right? So this would be 1.12 to touch the ground. If I added 2, now it's at the center. Add 2 more. Now pass this fully through. So it looks like the 2 meters is kind of just an arbitrary choice. Maybe the parameter is more of, from the target position, how high up do we start scanning, and then how far beyond do we scan? So it would essentially be 0.48 is what I'm scanning beyond it. Okay, so those should be the parameters then. It would go on here. And yeah, I think this is probably where I should say it, right? This is ground. I think I would have like a step parameter, which I mean, the way it works right now is that it the leg should probably be creating this shapecast and positioning it how it needs to position it. And in fact, I think it might even make things simpler if it created... I was going to say put a node in between and have that node be at the target, and so then it could rotate this. But then that's just abstracting away like some transformation math, which should probably just be done as transformation math instead of using a whole node to do it. Let me try to organize this a little bit. I have step parameters, step distance, early step distance, rest distance. The current and rest position the leg should be when at rest. This should move out to here. So I have a lift height and a swing amount. Like move offsets. Step cast angle should probably drop down here. And this should be like motion offsets or motion response. If I give this something, does it? No. Step cast angle. When in motion, when in motion. Okay. And then this would be I'll leave those out there and then put this under So step delay, step error window, and all this is probably going to go away or change a bit when I get to this. But I just needed to collapse it a little bit. Okay. So now ground parameters. So this is also going to include, well, I think what I was meaning to do was this is the ground cast shape. This isn't even used, is it? There's the debug here, but that's not. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay. I mean, I guess they can be two different things. I guess it's not such a bad thing. Okay, so now I will make this a subgroup. Distance, step distance, early step distance, rest distance. All right, and then I would have I guess I just call it step cast. Step detection. I mean, like, if I get a better name later, then I get a better name. So this is the distance above, and then I have the distance below. I guess I can also go less as well. Like I'm already falling asleep. I think I'm boring myself with this. Somehow it's just not like... I'm not being engaged right now. Step cast rise. I'm getting hung up on names. I'll just stick with this. Let's say a meter above the rest location, which in this case is actually not it. This one's actually 0.5. So I guess I'll say that. I should just say 0.5 as the default. We'll start a half meter. Well, no, not exactly. Because this would be negative. This would be -2. When I drag it out here to be on the skeleton, we're actually raised 1.3. So I will make this 2, and then my default will be 1. And then there's a special thing here that happens when you use the step cast angle. In fact, I'm actually going to bring that up here so that it's in this location. So you can see. Oh, here's the thing. So there is something that UIs will do, which I think is actually, it's nice, but when you do it, it has to be obvious that a parameter is listed in 2 locations and they change the same value. They are the same parameter. They're just listed 2 places. I kind of like it, but it only really works if it's immediately apparent that you're changing a single value that's just listed in 2 places. So it could be, yeah, I'm actually going to leave it here. It would be annoying because if I put it at the top, then it makes it sound like I have an inherent rotation to it and not that there's a additional rotation from motion, because then I might look at that one and say, oh no, I don't want to rotate it. And then I go to motion response and I'm like, okay, let's set this to 20 degrees. And then later on I see the step cast says 20. I'm like, oh no, that's not right. Or maybe I do want it to have an initial rotation and it doesn't, and I'm confused now because I'm like, I don't know why this doesn't have a rotation. So yeah, that actually doesn't make sense. This should stay here. But it does kind of have a bad name. I'll actually say start and end instead. Because I actually would like this to be potentially a negative value to demonstrate that it can be negative. Gaming minus. I'm getting a pet cat and I'm naming him her pseudo. Cool. I shouldn't use different ranges, right? Yeah. This one is what is it, 68.68? Okay. Where did I just go? Yeah, so I think those are the two things that I really needed. And then this one, a collision mask. I guess it would be correct to provide a collision mask. But I'm getting to like, I would allow myself to have a weird setup where it can stand on things, but it won't use them as step targets. And that seems incorrect. Because if there's a thing that is not a step target, but it's above the ground, it will cast through it and sort of shove it out of the way, I guess. Or when it's landing, it will... When I have the ground spring set up, it will collide with that and start applying pressure to it and just push it with like infinite force out of the way, basically. Okay, well, not infinite force. I would have it push back on it, so it would still be limited, I guess, in that case, but it would keep trying to move the leg down using its motors until it reached the ground target, which was beneath the object that it casted through. But does that make sense anyway? Would I still want to do that? Because I think what I would like to have is at the ground, this is actually still... I think at least for character. It definitely should be on character. Do I have anything else? but it wouldn't use a character as, hey, I want to stand on that ground. Okay. So I think I do split them. They should definitely be split. Feels like an over-explanation of it. Yeah, step should definitely be... Probably just this one, really. Well, I have dynamic world, which is supposed to be platforms that are moving. Actually, what do I have them listed as? I literally call them dynamic worlds, so I'd be surprised if their layer was not the same. Yeah, okay. So in this case, step is that, and then these are what it actually collides with. What do those have, like, broken icons? Okay, so I know that this target is actually 1.32 above. So I'll just duplicate that 1.32. But then I think I will use negative 0.5 instead. So this would be like negative 1.32. Maybe I should let it go further down. Because it's basically like negative 0.7 is what it really is. So I'll just say negative 0.7. There. Right, and that should allow me to create this. And then that's it. And its position will just be this value above. Which is written right there. And then it would just add these two values together to get the target length. And if I add, well, I say add, it would find the difference between these two. So it would be end minus start, negative 0.7 minus 1.32. A little bit more than 2. Maybe I should just say 1.3. I'll just say 1.3 and keep it as a 2, as length 2, but they just translate it down slightly. Do I have... Right. I have to get... There's just so many things set up. I also actually need to get these to have these beam joints, which have I still finished this one? I still have not finished this one. Okay. So beam span, I know, should not be changed. Expand limit should be. Track limit should be. Right, and then I have kind of an issue with all of these right now, where they need to be multiplied by. They need to know if they are like a front or a back thing, so I can share them. There's no the new Overwatch here, and it's literally just the Darling and the Franks girl. What? There was like... I could swear there was like a skin that I was looking at, or that you were looking at. I'm like, it looks like that. That's crazy. React to it. I'm just going to look at it and say that's nice. That's probably all I'm going to say. No debug. All these are used. When I apply a setting, I do onSetting change, and I call that. So now the only settings that I have there should go there. And I do. The only exception is the beam span, and these two would go there as well. And then I have these flips, which I guess I would need to use. Some of these are all out here. I've deleted them from here. And then the leg part needs to define I think I'm just gonna have a whole section for this. Is it subgroup? Group. Export custom. It'll be a group. Enable. Checkbox only. Off by default. Okay. So then the idea is when it's on, I would just have the settings. There would be the setting for it. We need a quick load. So I need to go to one of these and do this. And then I forgot to do that before deleting them. So stupid. Oh well. I can figure it out. Let me move this beam span above setting. It's probably the place that it should go. So I'm just gonna have to do this, I guess. Because I messed it up. Okay, so I'm actually looking for body A position 17395 673. This one is just positive 95. It says 63 673. Right. Is this running right now? Why is it doing this? It's not actually listening to... Set setting, connect on setting, change queue, update joint. Oh, 1 second. I'm back. Forgot to turn off music. Almost knows what Darling in the Franxx is. Yes. Who doesn't? Okay, so yeah, why are these not doing the emit changed and doing something already? Because they should be doing something immediately. This is going to be very generic. A tibia beam. Well, actually, it'll be a front tibia. No. Because I have a lot of things I need to delete because I'm like saving a bunch of files over each other. Tibia. This is the tibia front back. Oh, yeah, it's working now. Though that's not working. What? Wait, why is it being so weird? It's definitely calling emit changed. And this beam is definitely getting that call. And then running update Q update joint. If true, return. Set this to true. Call deferred. Set this to false. And then it runs. And then it should be moving it. It's setting its global position. Guess that's not connected. Okay, clear. Quick load. Front back. Oh, really? Excuse me, what? I hate everything. Sure, save and reload. How did I get 13? Oh, it's still not doing it. Well, how are you supposed to do this then? How are you supposed to do it? It's messing with me again. It's in a bugged state. It's absolutely in a bugged state. Oh, look, now it says it. Wow, crazy. So. Godot? Please. Can we just make this built in so I don't have to do all of this? And I don't have to do tool. Either. Can it just call changed on exported values automatically? That would be cool if it could just do that. Okay. 0.173-95673. Crazy land. It's crazy land. What's crazy land? Godot. Godot is a little bit of crazy land. You know what? Godot is super crazy land. Crazy land is year 4 of Crawlerbot. Only 2 months. And I'm only doing something that may kill it as well. And this was 0.6. Okay. So that's the setting. However, I think... Oh, man. Because now an issue is I need to define which bodies these are. I don't know. I have the flip settings. Okay, so something just seems bad about this. Picture progress if you could only work on it 2 hours a day. If you're also working on a job. Yeah. That would be month 8. Also, why the debug points in a weird place? The debug points don't update their locations. Let me think about this, because I can't really... Maybe the settings were a mistake. You know what? The setting was a mistake. Because there's a very special thing here where body A's position on this particular beam has to be the same XZ, same location of the root bone, but I would provide an offset from that position. And since I know which way it's rotating in, which is the Z axis, which aligns with the global up axis, I would only move it up or down. But in this case, I'd move it up. And from there, yeah, I think the settings as a resource on the beam joint is wrong. I do have to copy these per leg, and then the body A position will be relative to the bone. Man, why do I do these things? Bring all of it back. I'm going to get rid of the flip stuff. This is going to be update joint. I can drop the Q. Actually, these probably should be Q update joint instead, because otherwise these all get called at the same time and then they're all updating the joint constantly. 13 times. TS tough. Right there. Dude, that message actually, like... What is this? I might just be in a bad mood right now. Ambulance speed. I remember seeing clips of him doing something and it was so bad. Here's the thing. I think when it comes to music creation, unless you're like, until you get to the point where you're really, really good at it, you should probably not like let anyone see the process, because especially learning it, you're going to be creating crap for like a very long time before anything sounds good to other people. And I'm assuming what he did is he just was like, opened up FL Studio for the first time on stream, just went for it. Okay, what is this? He's literally just starting. I can't even play it at any volume. This is such a bad instrument he has.
Prepare yourself for the return of King Von.
It's such a bad instrument. And it's just so loud. Why is he saying nothing?
The wrong key? Or that mean the wrong key? It could be better later.
There's no wrong key. You're in C major. Every key is right. That's not what they meant by key. That's octave. The melody's not that bad, but the instrument's so bad. What did he just do? Did he just like hit a key on his keyboard?
What the fuck?
Okay. DJ Toenail. Yeah. You know, I even think that making music is even more boring than writing code on stream. One line of code per hour is more entertaining than trying to make good music. Unless you make music with code. Yeah, sure. That's the exception. Unless you're Bishu and your whole thing is making really terrible sounding music all the time. And it's funny because you're actually really, really good at it. So you know how to make it sound good but also bad. sound bad in a good way. That takes a lot of skill. Okay, save this. Back to this. And now I need 1739567. And then pitch upper 157 on both. Is that just 90 degrees? That sounds like 90 degrees to me. This is a good example. Yes, 90 degrees. Pitch upper and lower on this one was 90 degrees. I'll look at it in a second. Yaw, it's probably like 20 and 40. Yaw upper is 20. Yaw lower is 40. Yep. Upper 20, lower 40. This is so loud. That's not bad in a good way. I don't think so. That's just... Yeah, I don't know about that one. The mid part gets good. You still have to use good instruments. That's the thing. You still have to use good instruments. And if you want crazy sounds, then it needs to be like an impulse or a one-time thing that does not just... It's not someone going up to your ear and farting in it constantly. Like, that's not it. Or just use like a really overtuned, not in that kind of way, bass. When you complete crawlerbot, are you going to start setting yourself deadlines? No. No. Deadlines are for people who don't know what they're doing and who have a boss who needs to get their bonus. Year 4, no, man. It's not going to be a year. It's not even going to be 3 months. I'm just making it so that I can make a second one of these when I need to. And I don't have to go through and configure all of this again. And inevitably, when I'm playing with it, I'm like, you know what? I think that the location of one of these bones is wrong, or the yaw needs to be different or something. I don't have to go in there and make sure I line everything up correctly. Because right now it's already in a state where it's actually misaligned. There's a misalignment with these targets. Because I forgot that changing the skeleton will move these. Right? This target should be like around here. It should be at this point and raised a little bit. Actually, no, it shouldn't even be there. This target should be here. It should be sitting right there. This is like way off. So it's basically causing a problem for where it's trying to put its leg at in a normal situation. And then now I'm at a point where I want to have a joint that can be broken, and I'm trying to figure out how that even works. And I think the way to do it is just to make a child node, which will have a max force, and then I look that up. But then I have to go through and set that 18 times, and that's just way too many times. I can set 3 of these, and I would be done. The evil mythos that's going to hack everyone and cure cancer is now live. Awesome. It's just like Elon saying, we're making a fleet of taxis and you're going to make money by buying our car. And I was like, okay, why don't you just go into the taxi business? That's obviously your business model. Or at least he's been like trying to say like this is the business model. Do that and let people rent it. Sell the cars in bulk. Be like there's a minimum order of like 4. You have to buy 4 of these. SpaceX IPO? What is that? All right. Literally lives under a rock. Living under a rock. You're gonna tell me this is something that was like 2 days ago. We're like, okay. Like not even hit the news YouTube channels yet. It's that recent. Do you not know about Elon Musk's company SpaceX? Oh, okay. That's what you mean. I'm surprised they weren't already public, actually. What company did he say Twitter's stock was overvalued? And a hilarious valuation of 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Probably the right thing to do is actually to like have be ready for that. Buy stock as soon as you possibly can. Wait like an hour and then sell it. Explain the Falador massacre? I don't know what that is. I'm trying to make a video game. I'm trying to make a video game. Okay, so settings. These are connected to leg part. So yeah, I'm just deleting this. Close. Where's setting? I think I've already gotten rid of it. No more of that. This file is delete. It is still used on those. Okay. Well, delete them. Delete them. Yeah, these are the things that I need to delete that I can delete. What I'm looking for? Front to back beam. It is used by this. It's not. It's not. Okay. All right. If I ask Anthropic Fable 5, what do you mean Fable 5? $10 per million tokens. Is this real? Why would you please? Not the all caps. Wow, that's a lot of dislikes. Why are there so many dislikes on this? Who is disliking this video? That's crazy. 13 years ago, why are people disliking this video? I guess 13 years ago is probably the time when it wasn't a joke, or wasn't obviously a joke. Now everyone knows. Or Brian bot farm dislike. Okay. Options. Settings for the beam. So I need to say, I need to have relative position, so the beams start vector 3. Wow. Offset on the joint body. The beam starts, and then I have offset on the other body where the beam ends. If beam connect main body is enabled, it's the offset in this is the offset in trying to think of how to explain this. I went to his video, his latest video 13 years later, and his voice did not change. Wow. All right, I gotta see that I got. Also, I need to get food. So I'm gonna get food. I'll be back. I'm back. I have food. I'm going to eat. I'm having a thought that I maybe should slim this down, and instead of doing this, well, I think I pull away from, I don't know, hang on. Okay, no, this makes sense. I should have just like 6 leg nodes. I could make 6 leg nodes. These would be the nodes, and I would not position them. They would position themselves. And I would provide the settings here, right? All the settings would be here. Some stuff could be shared. But then inside of that, I would have the part list. The part list would be here. The leg nodes would also specify where their root and end bone are for the IK. Or I guess not even for IK, but just have that. I guess the idea is that would definitely be part of IK. And then this part list would now be on just the leg itself. And I could duplicate these. And this is where I would specify what the IK is. And then that would just directly manage an internally created leg IK modifier. Or I guess maybe not. Crawlerbot would probably still set it up. It would pass that IK to the legs. The legs would then interface with this and modify the settings based on what I have out there. So then at least I could still be able to go in and be like, all right, I want to click this leg and mess with the setting. But I would still have the shared thing where every single femur and all that stuff is there. The legs would also know that they're left or right because that's built into them. And yeah. And they would manage their own position, so they would make sure they're always at their root bone location. No, I can't do that. Hey, Mr. Geek Knight, as one thing. Kinematic or animated? Neither. It's a physically simulated body with motors. So it's not kinematic and it's not animated. Dandelion, I can't do that. I'm guessing that site is like you get a room code and people just play anything, and I can't do that. Procedurally generated walking, it's not procedurally generated. You'll notice I have painstakingly put in every single one of these notes by hand, which is crazy. I should have never done that. I should be doing what I've been doing, or what I'm trying to do right now, which is making it a single thing. It's not try it. What else could it be? Literally, what else could it be? Tell me that it's not a website that you get a room key. No, I'm not. I'm eating right now. If you send me a YouTube video, I might look at that. I'm not going to go exploring websites I've never been to before. I don't know what this site is. You gotta tell me what it is. I'm eating right now. I want to go looking at a website. No, I'm really not. If you won't tell me what it is, then it's not. I'm going to open up my other monitor. I'm going to say, no, I'm not doing that. And then I'm going to go back to eating. There is no chat. There's you. I'm sure that not wanting to look at a site that I don't know what it is not 1984. You would be banned. You know what, Danilin, by now, you would have been banned so many times if I was 1984. Hitler would be like, Jesus, man, chill out. Dude. Kids TV show? On the internet? I don't think so. Now, if that was like Nintendo.com, Pokemon.com, okay, maybe. Kids TV show. But it's derpy. There's no way. That just makes me think of the bite of 87. That's what that makes me think of. Stoic is staring at me, waiting for me to finish my food. I'll tell AI to make an animatronic of you. No. Don't do that. A soy jack then? How about a nothing? How about AI doesn't know what I look like? How about that? How about AI doesn't know what I look like or sound like? Also, how about not calling it AI, alright? Hallucination machine. I would prefer if a hallucination machine does not know anything about me. You post your videos on YouTube. Yeah. There's just one form of content that I really don't like. That, like, I'm sure it still plagues YouTube. I messed up. I just got flour dust on my mic. There's this account that I'm pretty sure just like... I think it opens Stack Overflow. I don't know what it does. It must be like fully randomly generated content because they have answered every question that exists. And the whole thing is just totally AI response. AI. LLMs auto-generated a video, and then text-to-speech reads that. And it's all about tech questions. It is absolutely spam and garbage. Because they must use like some really terrible model, or it must be like an internet thing where they can only look up internet responses, because I swear there's times where it's like it just sounds like the exact Stack Overflow thing or Reddit thing where you ask a question and someone says, "Oh, have you considered all these 20,000 possibilities? You didn't really ask a very good question there." And that's their response, and then right below that is a real response. Or it's just a bunch of people asking, "Why are you doing it that way? You shouldn't do it that way. Do it this way." I swear. Absolute spam. It was especially getting me because I was having problems like setting up Linux, and every time that I did a search for it, the first results would be these YouTube spam videos, randomly generated videos. And I would watch it, and because I was still trying to figure it out and I didn't really realize what I was looking at, I was like, okay, I don't know how that solves my problem. And eventually I realized, like, okay, wait a second. This is like the third question I've asked. Same channel, same style, and it's just garbage. Blast this one. Have you sent me that link before? Something about it feels familiar. I'll look at it. Once I come back. I will be back. I'm back. Daniel, are you still here? Gonna make a whole game with Claude and not disclode. Okay. You'll be lucky if you can get like a functioning tower defense game. Dude, I can't. Danilin. You're using inverse kinematics. Okay. You said kinematic and I thought of... There's a difference there. I thought of physics kinematic. There is IK, sort of. It's mostly just to position the leg chain to a target, I guess. I mean, that obviously that's exactly what it is. But whatever. Danilin. This is so loud. Are they in a server room? I underestimate Claude. I happen to know that several professional developers in a room together barely got a functioning tower defense game in like a week or something of just nonstop working with it. Thanks, Danilin. It is still like fully physically simulated, as in the leg pieces are interactable. I can throw an object at them and they will bounce, or they will be knocked around by it. The IK is just there to get a rotation for the motors. And the biggest problem so far has been getting the physical part to match the IK. That's been the biggest issue. But that's done. Okay, so I'm going to roll back a little bit of what I've done. I'm going to drop, I think, the crawler layout piece, but I think I'm going to... Armgen strikes again, yeah. But I think I'm going to keep some of these settings. I think some of these settings are good. Because the way that I want this to work is I would really rather this have a bit better layout. So I will cut this. I will put that back and cut this. Sorry. Clearing my throat directly into the mic. Should not be doing that. Leg IK, layout. I tell it what IK I want it to go to, and then... Okay, I'll just... I won't have that. And then crawler layout doesn't have anything anymore besides the leg list, so... That's gone. This is marked storage only. I think I'm just going to leave this as a normal export. Layout not defined. Delete that. Delete that. I need to have this be I'm going to make these... Where do I have to go? Here. I'll do it here. Update IK settings. Void. And then I will do view update. And then I need a very, like, this is such a common pattern, I feel like, that I have a list of settings that will update a single thing, but I don't want it to update 10 times in a row. I just want it to do it one time. Well, okay, I guess it makes sense. No, it still doesn't make sense then, because then if I want to force the update, I can just call the method, and then it will clear an EQ. Yeah, as long as I would have access to do that, that's fine. Okay. And then every single one of these needs to do that. Though I did realize that this Boolean probably is bad. Definitely a better Boolean. Should probably just copy them all first and then... I can't remember, but I think there might be a problem with... Hopefully, you know what? I think it used to be. But seeing as they've fixed so many other things, this might be fixed. I think that the setter, when you set it as radians as degrees, overrides how it works. And so the value you actually get is degrees. And then I would have to manually convert it here. If that's never been the case, then I'm wrong. But I feel like one time before... Oh, you know what I bet it was? I think what it was is that I was trying to emulate radians as degrees, and I did not realize that it was just a setting on the export. And I was running into all sorts of problems where I wanted to obtain the value. Well, I wanted to set the value in radians, but it was always expecting it to come in as degrees. So I would have to... Yeah, it was just some... Yeah, that's what it was. Never mind, not a real thing. A problem I invented for myself a while ago. Okay, so Q update IK settings. Why is the syntax thing buggy? Why do you think that this is all a string? It's just not. Okay, so I clear that, and then I'm going to set if not leg IK return then I do leg. I think I need to prefix these because min distance is just... But then I think this is something that happens here. If I do this and I hit save, okay, but now it's going to complain. Yeah, it puts it out here because it doesn't think that it's actually part of the group because the group is immediately broken. Okay, for now I just gotta move it up here. Because otherwise it's not going to organize very well. I want that to be 10. Okay. What did I have it at? Also, I think 8 is unreasonable. No, 8's probably... I was going to say 8's probably fine, but I think I actually write this as 100. So... maybe I'll have the default to be quite a bit higher than that, so it doesn't seem like it's totally unreasonable to go with a large value. Okay. And now... angular delta limit is going to be angular delta limit divided by physics ticks per second divided by max iterations. If it's division, division would be identical to multiplication by the inverse. So it's going to be divided by... no, because it's not like that. It's not like that. I'll just... I'm actually going to use this one. Okay, no, I'm sure there's a way to do this with one division. I'm just going to check. Because I really think there is. A divided by B times C. Okay. There was a simplification there. Okay. I knew it. But I did forget it. So if I multiply these two together, it's the same as dividing by both of them. And then I copy in Is that it? All of those? Yep, all of it. Okay. Is there a reason to move that down? I don't think there's a reason. Okay, so if I set this to 0 and this would be... Did that... Why does clicking it twice like that? Is it just the print that's not calling? I have deterministic... Click it twice really fast. There's no way that should happen. Yeah, it's just the print. Okay, so does this make sense? 10 iterations, 100 ticks. That doesn't make sense, does it? That should be 100 divided by 1,000. What? Do I have a mistake? I don't have one assigned. Click it twice really fast. It's still on. I see 0.5. Great. So then 100 is 1.1. Yeah, I guess so. All right, cool. All right, so that's better. So now what I want to do is to have let me change it to be IK parameters. Leg IK parameters. Right. And now I think what I would do is I should pull these leg. Yeah, I'm gonna pull these leg targets out. So these are going to be the crawler leg, and the crawler leg node is gonna do everything. It's gonna make the bodies. It's gonna set up the joints. It's gonna do everything. And then they will position themselves to be at the same location as the leg root. How big is this file right now? Okay. Could I move that out to its own script? It's not exactly related to the leg. Okay, it's related in the sense that it's not any of the step logic, which is what almost all of this is. One second. And I think I want to keep it where this is mostly the step stuff. It's also bloated right now because I'm trying to do a second version of it in place. So okay, what exactly will I have? I would have a leg config. Okay, so I think the root bone and the end bone, jeez. Like a hair I can see at the bottom of my vision. Also, yeah, this fixes like the leg, the layout index thing that I needed for debugging. How can I make a separate script? Should I? I think I would like to, because otherwise it's just too much. It's already really large with only the step update logic. It would probably double, probably not double, add a lot to manage. I don't know, because part of it is also what does it have to do? It has to create and manage the rigid bodies so that they are in the correct positions for the bones. It has to place the joints. If I change settings, it needs to update them on the leg, which means the crawler leg needs to have it needs to be on a resource that it can read the changed signal. And okay, well, it would be preferable if it knew what was changed. And then it also matters in the editor where if certain things are changed, it has to recreate the rigid body, or at least change it. But when the game is running, it should not do certain things. Like, if I change an offset for anything, it shouldn't change that in game. Well, I mean, it could. It should not. It really should not. I would not be moving joints because that would just break physics. What would I change? It would be settings like the step, all the step parameters, which is now stored in the setting. Right, so all this stuff is still good. A lot of these are just red while it's running. The only things that really matter, I say really matter, the only things that require like updating stuff on another object would be the step cast. And also this one, the ground cast. Also have an issue with the ground bone is actually identical to the end bone. Okay, so I think leg config should go in here. Or I say leg config. Yeah. Basically all this from leg should go in here. So I will copy this, and this is unique per leg, so it cannot be a resource. And then I know that the ground bone is going to be identical to the end bone. So I'm deleting ground bone. And I will just find I do that. Set up ground bone. That can just kind of stay the same. Yeah, because then I just use ground bone ID everywhere. Alright, that's fine. Yeah. I think... Do I need to access the parts from leg? I don't think so. I don't think the leg... If this is like the step logic, I don't think it needs to know that. It doesn't need to know about the layout of the leg. It doesn't need to access the bodies. Yeah, okay. It'll be a new script. I'm just gonna call this a leg body chain. Yeah. Although at this point, is it Okay, I think at this point it's actually different from, it's not exactly a leg here. This is just, you know what it might be? It might be that this should be part of physical skeleton. There's a problem right now where this is reading and expecting a very specific layout for the legs, and it would be nice if it actually owned that layout. And it's all very much related to it as well. The legs don't actually need to know anything. They currently don't know anything about it because I made this whole thing without it. So if the physical skeleton can be totally responsible for setting up that chain, that would be good. I would tell it a start and an end bone. I set up all the body stuff. I'd apply the joints. The only issue there is the beam joint. I don't know how I would add. I guess that would just go back to the leg then at that point. The whatever is creating it. It could still be a small script, but it would have to create that extra joint. But then it'll be hard to it's just like small little like hair curl that I can see. It's really annoying me. How can I make that happen? I could physical skeleton could have like extra joint type or something. Or maybe I just move beam joint in the physical skeleton at that point. No, I don't think so. How would the leg be able to use a format, a resource format or something that physical skeleton uses and somehow inject a custom joint at a certain place? In fact, all it does is it has to put the joint on the body. But I would like it to be... Alright, I've got it. So this physical skeleton will support having just any type of resource as a list. And it's just going to ignore that list though. But when it is set, it has like a callback. You give it like a callback function probably. Can you even pass functions? Can you pass functions? I think you can. Yeah, of course you can, because... Well, those are signals. Yes, yeah, you can pass functions. You should be able to. Okay, what if I just called break joints with itself? What do you think about that? What's the error for that? But is callable. Okay, so you can definitely pass functions. All right. So for each of those resources, it's going to run a callback, provide the resource, provide a lot of information about the joint index, all of that. And then the crawler leg can say, okay, cool, here's that beam joint resource, here's where it should go. And then it sets it up. So that's the way to do it. Okay, so this needs to have a custom resource. So this can be like a chain body resource. Physical skeleton chain. Wow. Yeah, I always get stuck on names. Bone chain. Bone body chain. Body bone chain. Physical bone chain. Resource. All right, so here, this has this. I will bring ground bone back. Though I suppose it doesn't really need it. So crawler leg will have... Right, crawler leg would contain this. And then the crawler leg would just... Somewhere along the line, crawler character probably reads in every single leg's bone chain information and then passes that on to physical skeleton with the callback. And the callback can go all the way back to the leg. Okay. I need to get this back. Or was it? It was below target. And then this would be replaced with... I'm just going to call it physical. Bone chain. Yeah, the physical skeleton is aware of IK, so yeah, I think all the settings that are currently in here still make sense for that, the part list. Physics, obviously, IK, this, and then this needs to be something custom. I need something custom there. Is shareable with an E there? Shareable. Okay, so both are allowed? Alright, so which one should I use then? Crankum? The number one definition right now? Which one should I use? It's gonna be like... This one is the spelling in the UK or something. Outside of North America, The ladder used to be more common than it is now. Shareable prevails by a 2. Okay, so I should use the E. Okay. Jeez. General, shareable, lake rounders. Which one should it be? It should probably be like shareable first. This seems to make more sense to me. Okay, so ground bone. It's not ground bone. And then down here. Not down there. Here. Okay. And then update part list. This would have to be a tool for that to happen. So crawler layout. I'm gonna keep this around because there might be some of this stuff I might just want to reuse. I'm not sure though. Layout index is not a thing. Okay, so I'm going to copy literally all of this. Put it here. No. Never mind. Not that. I have a physical bone chain, and then I have a physical bone part. Yeah. Yeah, because none of this is even related to legs, technically. Not technically, literally. None of this has any concept of a leg. It's just a piece in a bone chain. A part. So that this needs to have this. A part list. And I won't see that. And I won't see that. Now this does need the update part list method. which does all this. Validate property. So, okay. So here's where something needs to change. It needs to be more like, dog may jump up and bark. Oh. Alright. He's good. They're alright. They're alright. Here's what I have to do. So I need it such that the setting, looking at these settings need to be kept separate from this. The purpose of this is to access the bone names of the skeleton, and then the layout index I think is only there for debug output. So I think then what this means is that this should not be an update part list. This should just be an emit changed, is what these should do. So I'm going to make those emit change. Right? And what I also do is I will iterate through this list and connect it. So this one's going to be kind of lame, but if we have a part list, and then if we don't have a part, or changed is connected to emit changed. Continue. Otherwise I do part changed, disconnect, emit changed. And then I do about the same thing in reverse. If not part or part changed, or it is already connected. Okay. And then I really wish there was a way to quickly have custom values emit changed when they're modified. You know, I just think that there's no reason that you would not want that. I honestly think that. And I don't want to go compiling to have it though. But it would spare me having to write one, not one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'll count for real. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. At least 13 parameters, all with a setter that just call emit change to them, and that's all they're for. But then it wouldn't work for an add-on. Okay, so fine. And in fact, I really wish I could do emit changed and tell it the specific value that has changed. I guess I may as well. What would these be called? I'll just do setting changed. And it gets a name. And then I think that's all it needs. Yeah, that's all it needs. Been vibe coding between my horse games and have more progress than you in my game. Great. I guess if that's what it takes to be productive, then alright. If the motor should be enabled at runtime, this one does not matter. That one actually doesn't matter. These ones can change, but this one should not. This is a specific runtime thing. I don't have to worry about resources changing. I do. They also don't have to be null. I don't know why that's... Oh, jeez. Technically, that one shouldn't matter, but it actually does matter a little bit. I should really just copy all these in and then fix the names, because that's going to be way faster. Instead of constantly reselecting stuff. And then I make a mistake and forget something. Also, if this is a... No, because I set and then I call. So the get will apply here. Okay. And I actually do have to do these. Yeah, so it's, yeah. Because technically the resource itself could change and not just a value in the resource. And then I would have to handle that. Okay, it's all in here. And then I have this special thing. So this should be custom joints, export group. Should I have custom enabled? Probably. Yeah, definitely. Because otherwise, yeah. All right. I have to figure that stuff out. This would be oh. No, I set that up and the where does the callback happen? I guess the callback is just I would pass the whole bone chain to physical skeleton, and I would also provide a callback. To add my custom joints. Okay. Limitation right axis. I really don't know if this is ever used. Limitation right axis. It would be under... It's probably chain IK. No, it would be under IK modifier, of course. IK modifier. It's not. So it is iterate IK. Secondary direction, limitation right axis. What's a secondary direction? Okay, limitation right axis. Get limitation space. Get limited rotation. Limitation solve. Okay, but then other than that, oh man. I want to fall asleep. Okay, so limitation cone. Where would it be? Resources? Joint limitation cone 3D. Here. Solve. It makes space with the right axis. Okay, so I think it's actually not used. I'm sure it's actually not used. Because that's a cone angle, which means the right axis is not actually, doesn't actually matter. Because if you think about the forward pointing in the direction of the cone, and then you can rotate anyway, the right axis doesn't matter at all because you're not doing that, you're just, yeah, right. Though maybe it does matter in the sense of like which way it comes back. No, I don't think so. I'm leaving it though. I have no idea what it's for, but I'm leaving it. So I am leaving it. I don't know what it's for, so I am leaving it. Yeah, and then those need access to the skeleton. Rename ends with bone. Yeah, that should just be skeleton. So I need to give it a skeleton. So yeah, in order to get those names to appear. In fact, I wonder if... Okay, so the crawler like does have access to these names. which means it has access to the skeleton, so I think it probably just should give the skeleton to it. Though a small issue with resources is that... Oh. Because I think if the bone name changes, this is why it's like a suggestion. I figured it out. So this has to be a enum suggestion. So that if it loads in and it doesn't have the names right away, I think what happens is it probably just clears it and says that's invalid or something. Because the issue with that is if I share it between multiple legs and those legs are on different skeletons, then it's gonna load in the wrong names. Right? All right, I think this is actually what I should do. Instead of doing that, instead of giving a skeleton, I need to give it how does it know? It doesn't know. 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 How does it know? How does it know? It's nice to click it. What would the process be? If I'm looking at one skeleton, I would have it open here. And then I click to the other scene and I select the thing and it opens up this and calls validate property. At that point, how does it know? I think it would not know because I've got it. Have I? I actually do have it. I actually do have it. I actually do have it. I copied this method into crawler leg. And when I validate that property, which means this list has loaded, though I guess I wonder if the order that it runs in is going down or up. I think it definitely has to go down because it needs to know how to display this first, and then it can ask. I have no clue. It may just not. If physical bone chain export custom requires 2 arguments. Where? Click, click, everything's here. Awesome. Front left leg, front left femur, front left tarsus leaf. Part list. Now I have the part list. Image changed. Emit changed. Huh. Is it emit changed here? I think it's actually not. It should be, but it's also not. Mojang. The office skin in Minecraft, and now they're adding P2P. Peer-to-peer? Pay to play. Pay what? Could be pay to play, peer-to-peer. What are you talking? What? They really are going to get rid of Minecraft Java. Honestly, they should have done peer-to-peer. There are at least two different ways to interpret that. Why would they get rid of it? I don't understand. When you say Minecraft, you're talking about Java Minecraft. Yeah, I know, but like, pay to play is actually a little bit different in my mind. I would think of someone saying, "Oh, the game is pay to play." I'd be like, "Okay, so it's subscription. I have to keep paying money to continue playing it." All right. That is set. Validate property is good. I need the part list to be changed though. So I think what I do is probably just say like update part list and then because I have no. What? Wait. Okay, if physical boneless just had the skeleton, this would be simple. So I'm just gonna just give it the skeleton. Just give it the skeleton. This would be just so much simpler. So now I can have this part list. Let's refresh from layout. Okay, I already have skeleton. Don't need it. Name list. Physical bone part at index. No. Physical bone chain at physical bone chain is misconfigured. Failed to find bone ID for end bone. Blah. Resource name. Resource path. Good. It should be a leaf which has no length. And then here I say same thing. Physical bone chain blank is misconfigured. Failed to find root bone as an ancestor of end bone. Good. And now, in range part list, part is going to be physical bone part. Bone name is bone not found. I'm going to copy that. Great. Okay. Good. Close that. Now the thing is, I'm going to have to copy over. Well, I say copy. I've only done one leg, but now I'm sure that this is how it's going to lay out. So, yeah, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to save. And I'm going to close. And I'm going to manually modify these so that they point to the other thing. So I think, yeah, front right leg config. This is going to be different. Color leg part. This will be add-ons. This file. That's it. No. This is the bone chain. Wrong thing. Chain. Okay. And apparently I never saved the Tarsus part. Silly of me. So crawler leg config. Wait. Which one did I just... No. What did I just change? I changed the wrong one. Okay. Because they have it in a weird order for some reason. That's this one. Or I5. Or I5. Right. Front right leg. Chain. Group 1 end 1 part list. And now this again. Okay. This is the part. Okay. And then this is... Okay. That's all that. So this one is fixed. Then I have the... all of these parts need to have their script adjusted. So let me just copy this. So this is the bone part. Good. And then script class needs to be that, and this has to be copied there. Did I get this one right? Yeah, this has to be like that. And then I would only have this one left. Physical bone part, physical bone part actually sounds kind of incorrect. Because it's like saying part of a bone, but it's not. It should definitely, okay. Yeah, it should definitely be a bone chain part. So I make it a bone chain part. How do I rename? I don't remember typing this one in. Weird. Okay, now I have all that in there. Oh, it should be good. Those are the main things, and then normal layout. I just delete this. Just gonna delete this file. And it's probably going to complain somewhere that it can't find a thing. That's okay. Okay. All right. Take it. Physical bone part cannot navigate. Alright. Just quit. This scene is pointing to bone part. Okay. All right. Fix that. Cool. So if I do quick load, I see femur part. I see that. And in fact, this should be like quick load. It's front right leg, but whatever. Cool. The problem is this one is not saved like I meant for it to be. So I need to save this one. Whoops. Almost named it the wrong thing. Yeah. Yeah, so it did fail to do that, which sucks because it should have been given that. Oh, I guess the crawl leg doesn't provide it when it's set directly. So it needs to provide that when it's set directly. I don't care. Though it may not exist yet. Possibly. Skeleton on a base object of nil. Ouch. Right. And then this would do update part list. And these would also do day part list. Bam. And if I would add a new one and put in nothing, it would be like, oh, I don't know what that is. Cool. Great. 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 I think I'd kind of like this list to be displayed differently. I don't know something. I was just going to say an annoying thing happens when you have an array open in a resource. It keeps closing the array whenever a script changes that's related to it. Or if I click off and back, it's gone. I have to reopen it. Well, this time I actually didn't minimize the whole thing. It only minimized those. If I were to exchange one of these out for a different thing, like if I were to say, I'll open this one and then I do clear. Okay, I thought it would do that. Okay, it keeps it open. Never mind then. It's probably fine. It's fine enough. Okay. I have the part list. And this one would actually, I can do make unique, not recursive, just make unique. And I rename it to front left like chain. Then I save as the front left leg chain. And then it should have given me an error. Front left leg chain at there is misconfigured. Failed to find root bone front left femur as an ancestor of end bone front right tarsus. So this to front left and then it's happy. And I open these and they all say front left. But then the settings are just identical. Why did the script close? Oh, it's not. It wasn't open because I changed the name of the file. And then it came through and said I can't find that file anymore. Right. Jeez. I'm about at the end of it. Okay. Custom joints. I add literally whatever I want there. And what I'm going to add there is I'll figure it out. Okay. Oh man. Okay. I'm actually gonna call it there for today. I just really want to do something else right now. And this has been a little bit annoying for a while, but it needs to be done. It really needs to be done. So I should be able to I keep this one. I should be able to delete this and the part. Yes. Okay. I'm going to keep the layout because I think some of this, I've said it already, I think some of this I might keep or want to keep because I'll copy it to the other thing. The leg config list is not a thing either, so I was just going to get rid of that. Okay, well, I'll keep this and then I will change the name of it, so it's going to be config list is a list of chain, own chain. That's what it should be. Right. Get bow names, I'll just delete this. I'll keep those because I might use that. Well, no, I definitely don't use that. So refresh resources. Okay, I'm gonna clean this up so that it's not, doesn't have any of this stuff that I really don't need. And this is actually a nonsense setter, so cut that out too. Okay. Right. Right. All of that. I'm not sending the crawler bot update. I would delete those. Okay. Everything down to the crawler bot I know that I'm going to add. Usually like get RM, Godot, character crawler, normal, clone, joint. So the femur parts have changed their name. Okay. That one really changed. Why did that change so much? Oh, I guess because Tarsus part became an external resource, so it can just drop a lot of that. Yeah, that would be why. And that one fixed its weird value for some reason. Okay, down to deleting normal layout. And in fact, it's also tibia part, so I'll just do everything in there. I have added a front left and the torso. Okay, so yeah, just do everything in there. And then deleting all those res. Crawler layout's just been cleared out. Edit that, some organization. I move things around. Okay, that's good. And then I undid all my beam stuff to go back. Well, in fact, apparently I committed it without even... So, okay, yeah, it's just going back. Good. I like that there won't be a ton of line changes. Just undoing themselves. It is that, but it's not more than it could have been. All of the physical bone chain. What was this? Oh, I thought for some reason it's had BA, but I guess I was typing bone really fast and just threw that in there. Okay. That's funny. It just tracked that it was a rename with 54%. Cool, I guess. 54%. I guess it probably cuts off at 50. I'm sure it's all good. Work on instead of having a whole custom controller specific replace what? Chain body creation. Yeah, to manage chain body. Bone chain body creation. Body and joint creation. Color link nodes will store a physical that character will provide to physical skeleton yeah. Whoops. Entering X mode. Visual. Whoops. And then always supposed to be physical skeleton resources. It's also clean up some unused resources. And then this is going to be Uma Musume review when? Not reviewing that. I'm just not. Physical skeleton will accept custom resources for parts, for chain parts, providing them to a callback function during chain creation. Allowing crawler leg to build the custom beam pivot joint for certain parts. All right, that's it. Before I go, I will check to see if this has that response. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. Yeah, something's just been like... I don't know. I'm still like trying to keep myself awake and working on this for the full time, but it still keeps happening where I just get so crazy tired, and then I'm getting like, what is it? Restless. I'm feeling restless by the end of it. I get past the tired bit, and then I start just feeling like I just want to go do something else. So, I don't know, maybe that's on me. Maybe I need to like take small breaks, which was a plan that I had, and then I stopped doing that. I probably should do that. Eat a burger today. I had one a few days ago. My dad brought me Burger King. It was good. Yeah, probably that's what it really is. I probably just need to do more breaks. Or like something to walk away for a minute. Okay, well, I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.